What's going on, everybody? This is Devil Dog underscore 88. What's going on? Devil Dog underscore 88. Let's have that conversation. Let's have that recap. Back to the beginning. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Where is Nancy Guthrie? Where's all the devil pups in the house? Let's have that conversation, everybody. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Back to the beginning. We're going to do the recap. Recaps every Sunday. Talk about everything we have covered. Fall said, good morning, good morning. Good to have you. So I am in my vehicle right now. If for some reason, we got a lot of things going on in town. If for some reason we get disconnected, don't panic. I'll come back. You just have to come right back in. If somehow we get disconnected, don't panic. I'm not leaving until I tell you we're done. Okay? I will be back. So with that, Soaring, good to have you here, Soaring Energy. Just wanted everybody to make sure they know that. So we're going to have our recap as to what's going on. Give me 1 second. Just so you know, when I step out of my car, drop something off, that's when I need you to also jump in and start asking questions for everybody else. That just keeps the momentum going. Period. All right, all right. I am back. So we're going to do our recap that we always do on Sundays. We're going to do our recap and talk about what has happened in you. I know there's not a whole lot of developments, but maybe talk about some things that we talked about with other cases as well. Lisa, good morning, Devil Dog, and everyone. So that's what we're going to be doing. Okay? So let's get started so we can all get smarter together. So basically, right now, you know, Some things to look at with Nancy's case that we really haven't touched about at all. You know, we haven't touched about where she worked at. Paul says, good morning, Lisa. VMS, okay, thanks, Lisa. One of the things we haven't talked about is what Nancy used to do. Where did she used to work? We need to start focusing on what has she done before. So we know she worked at the University of Arizona. Okay, we know that. We know there was a lot of people that she interacted with. We know that, you know, there's probably people of all different, you know, creeds and color and cultures that go to college. And we know that her principles in her faith, we know that literally she has very strong religious beliefs. We know that. Okay? So I guess the big thing we got to ask is, was there anybody or could there have been anybody at her college that didn't like Nancy for either what she believed or for her point of views or her strength in her politics? Because here's the thing, there's got to be a lead somewhere. And sometimes you got to go outside that box and start searching everywhere. So that's what we're going to want to get into. Also, if there is any leads currently, you know what I'm saying? If there's anything that's outside the box that grabs your attention. Marianne says she worked for University of Arizona. I think she worked in media. Yes. And I think you're right. If I'm not mistaken, she did work in media. And she also did a lot of public relations, communications, you know, talking to different people, just having that conversation, and all that. So that's probably why her daughter Savannah got involved with literally, you know, being in the news in media. Paul says, when the FBI talked to the gunshot police, one guy said all the names on their list were Middle Eastern. True. And I took a picture of that because I do have that list. I damn it. I do have that list. And the names were really odd. But there was a couple that caught my attention, and it was really interesting, to say the least. So I'm going to pull it up real quick, see if we can go ahead and make sense of it. But there was a list out there. Let's see here. So we've got, there was a, and I'm going to chop these names up because I don't know, maybe trying to implicate illegals. That's very possible, Paige, very possible. We got a Abnusi, weird name. We got a Bakataya, and forgive me for chopping these names up, but they all seem to be Middle Eastern. Abanos, Mobasher, and Baharmand. Now, these are all crazy names, okay? They're crazy names. There's just no other way to put it, okay? These are the names of the list, all right? Just so you guys don't laugh at me how I'm saying these names, you guys can see these names are definitely on the list. And they're weird names. And I say weird because I can't pronounce them. So yeah, they're weird to me. V-Miss says out of college. Marianne says she worked for UA. Fall said win the FBI. Fall says owner. Lisa Page, maybe they're trying to implicate illegals. Gronsky says some of the neighbors may have worked at a college. Very true. Very true. Falls. And Noyes was the last name of the caregiver living in the capital for 5 days. The caregiver. The last name was the caregiver. Abanos, Abnoos. Interesting. Yes, Abanos. Paid as paid and illegal. I don't know. Laughing out loud. Casita. So it appears that maybe Abanos, the Abnoos, the last person on the list, it's it's believed that maybe she was one of the people that stayed in that house behind Nancy's house, in that room. You know, the room that she has in the back of her house, that she might have lived there. I don't know, but it appears that that has been the conversation when these names came out. Fall says, yes, Marianne, Nancy at one time had a Iranian caregiver living in her guest house. Yes, Nancy fired her 3 years ago. Fall says, autocorrect, damn it. I hear you. I hear you. But that's the thing. So we haven't even talked about these people's names. I can't even remember any time we have brought these people's names up, to be honest. Which is why that's what we have to start doing. Looking back at her, what she was involved in, what she was involved in around her community, what she participated in, what she was, maybe was there any like red flags, issues that people may have had some issues with her. VMIS, the daughter of the caregiver, to clarify, she spoke to, I think, Brian Enton. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Very good to know. Thank you for that, VMIS. Appreciate that. The daughter of the caregiver. Clarify. She spoke, I think, Brian Enton. Thank you, VMIS. And see, that matters, everybody. With everything going on in the Middle East, with everything happening, we don't know what the heck to think, right? All right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Give me 1 second, everybody. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. All right, all right. So, so that's how we have to start thinking, literally. You know, who could have had an issue with her? Who could have been one that maybe this person was upset because she fired her, right? You know what I'm saying? Maybe this person got upset because she was fired. It's very probable. Very, very probable. So that needs to be the new mentality that we take with this case, because there's got to be something linked. We know everybody who we think it is. It's not like we don't have any idea who actually is literally people of suspects, right? We know. We know who our top people are, more than likely. Okay. And this, yes, she was fired and she was on the list. That is correct, Paige. Welcome, everyone. And yes, Marianne, maybe that was it. He went to, Richard mentioned going to, I'm going to go back up a little bit before I go down, so just bear with me. So, Falls, does anyone know the college? He said, I thought it was something like UC. I don't know if that's UC Davis, University of California, or UC something is what he said, if I recall right. UC something, or the University of UC. Pay says absolutely matters. She was very vocal against ICE and immigration on her Facebook. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now I'm gonna start working my way down. Paige absolutely matters. Mima, she had pictures of the guest house. She said her mother lived there and she visited her there. Interesting. Marianne, someone spoke to JLR about her mother rented the guest house years ago. Good information. Paul says, does anyone know what college? I want to say something with UC Davis. UC Davis, UC, something like that. If I'm not mistaken. Falls. I'm trying to see if there might be a connection between him and Nancy. Okay, I might have skipped a few here. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Yes, the fired caregiver was on the list. Lisa, oh boy. VMS, I don't know for sure, Lisa. But no, I believe she was on the list. She is on the list. Yikes. VMS, oh wow. Yeah, she's on the list. Bridget says, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Bridget. Interesting, says Lisa. Hey, Bridget, says Lisa. Good morning, Bridget, says Falls. It was Tina something, the caregiver. Well, I don't know if that one was on the list because I know that one of them that lived at the actual house was on the list, and I think it was the last name we talked about. V Moose or Ben Moose or some moose like that. The gun shop guy thought it was unusual that all the names, yes. were Middle Eastern. So true. So true. So true. Well, it would be kind of odd, wouldn't it? That all the names that the local, the law enforcement was asking about were all seems to be Middle Eastern. I wonder if they found something within the paperwork or DNA or something that got their attention on one and it just spread out to everybody else. Or maybe people that she actually worked with literally at the college. April or relatives of hers were upset. Very possible. Marianne, I would have to go and watch AR streams again. No, not necessary. Just let's just move on. No, stay focused on where we're at. VMIS, yes, I remember that about the gun shop guy. Paul says yes. Yeah, yes, very much so. Paul says there might be connections between between him, Nancy, and SG from the college scene. Very probable. Very, very probable. Or very possible. Lisa, wait, I'm confused. Middle Eastern with Mexican earlier when I said illegals. Yeah, these are people on that list seem to be all Middle Eastern. But she did not, it appears she was not in favor of ICE and the deportation of a lot of illegals. So there was some issues there as well. So now we have people on a list that we would literally need to check out. People like, for example, people like, for example, Abanusi, which is ironic because you got an Abanusi, Abnoosi, right? And then at the bottom you got Abnoos, Abanus. Almost like they weren't sure if there was an I at the end or not. You know what I mean? The spelling's the same from the first to the last person on the list, with the exception of the last letter I. Right here, everybody. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that? I'm on it now. Let me know when you guys have it. Okay. Take a picture of it with your phone on if you have or if you're able to take a picture, that way you have it. All right. So that's what we're looking at. And it's very possible. It's very possible that there was something there that dealt with retaliation, right? Revenge. Did you guys get it or no? Okay, hang on. Hang on. It's multitasking. No doubt. There you go. Tell me when you guys got that. Tell me when you guys got those names. Let me know when you're good, everybody. YouTube page, let me know when you're good. There you go. You got him? Okay, good. You very welcome, Paige. You very welcome. So we have to start getting outside of the realm, outside the box as to who could have also been disgruntled. I mean, would you be disgruntled if you were a caregiver and she fired you? Especially maybe if she had calls or no calls, would that make you upset enough to revenge her like this? It's kind of harsh. That's kind of a harsh revenge, to be honest. It's very harsh. I mean, I get it. Maybe that was the way that she stayed in the country. Maybe she was using a visa and that was how she was claiming to live in the country, right? Never thought about that. Maybe outside the box. And by her being fired, maybe she either A, had to go back to her country, or maybe it just was something out of the norm. You know what I mean? Right? Harsh revenge for social media, no doubt. No doubt whatsoever. Very, very harsh. Very harsh. Performing Arts Building. Hang on a second. Performing Arts. In back. Okay. Good morning song. Dog, April wants to mod for us, please. Okay. Okay, okay. Here we go. All right, I'm going to have to go around. Yeah, I've told April we were going to go ahead and have her as a mod. All right, everybody. See where we're at. BG, good morning. Making breakfast but listening. Sounds good, BG. April, how much she traveled. She may have met someone on a trip and they followed her after. Very possible. Very possible. Good theory there. Very possible. Very, very possible. Yes, I'm here at the front by the high school office. Coming around the corner. All right. Give me a second, everybody. You're good.
Sorry, we
No,
don't have any reception.
no, you're good. You're good. I get it. Just go ahead and continue. Just got to tell them we're in a different spot. Okay. So just give me 1 second. There you go. Here's the address. Where's the pin?
3465.
346. It shows 3465.
Yes.
Oh, you know what they're doing? Because they had me going over there. So I'm gonna go over there and I'll just hit 3465.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
You have a great one. All right, everybody. Yeah, no doubt we are all learning a lot today. No doubt about it. Groundsky, I heard that also ironic. 3465. Hang on a second. Let me think here. Let me see. Give me 1 second here, everybody. All right. There we go. There it is. All right. So I heard it at the beginning of case. It had been a streamer because that's all I watch, says April. April, I turned on my mod for you. There it is. Okay. My bad. I clicked on it. Know what the hell happened. Okay, so it should be turning on anytime, April. All right. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that page. You're very welcome, April. I think it might have been JLR. Okay. Got you. Hey, I'm trying, Lisa. I'm trying. On the move. On the move. All right. All right. So, congratulations, April. April is one of our new mods, everybody. Welcome her in. The Jersey ladies in the house. Growski, yes. You remember correctly the company that our dear missing lady had some connections with. All right, who was that? What was that company's name? Let's see here. I'm going to go back to you, Gronsky. Yes, yes, that's where it's event. Yes, interesting, very interesting, Gronsky. Thank you for that info. No doubt. If you are new to the channel, please subscribe for free. Click the likes, everybody. Mods, remind them to click that likes so that we can grow bigger, get more people involved, and we can all get smarter with one another. So that's the thing. You got to think outside the box on who these people are, what role could they have played in. We're not grasping for straws, but we are looking for any possible means of explanation as to why and how come. Paige says, hi, BG. Diane's in the house. Welcome to the blue line, April, says BG. Hoorah. Another devil pup in the house. So that's what we have to look at. Because that's one area that I'll be honest, I haven't really put a lot of attention to. And that's on my bad. I know better than that. But it's because we had so many other people of interest that really fit that narrative. When it comes to you, Gronsky, let us know. It would be very important information to have, no doubt about it. But that's why it's so crucial, because it could open another lead to another situation. My theory is I just felt so strong in my take from law enforcement that I found it like until they can prove the people that I had a very suspicious feeling about, and until they could prove those that they were not involved, and then I would take them off the list, because that's how highly I think that they are literally people of interest. No doubt about it. But you got to look everywhere. You can't get tunnel vision, and that's a part of my tunnel vision there. I had to look at everything. You can skip my little outbursts. That don't really contribute to save time, dog. No worries, no worries. April says, Gronsky, I will try to find it too. Pretty sure it was beginning of case somewhere. There's a lot there, everybody. And I'm telling you, we already most likely have seen the persons of interest in this case. Most likely we already have watched them either walk by or seen them or literally have heard them speak. That's a no-brainer, in all honesty. But because information is not rolling, now we got to start moving to different areas as to, okay, let's go ahead and verify. Is it possible? Well, we know there's a list, right? We know there's a lot of names on that list. We know there's a lot of names on that list. So it is very possible that that's going to be something of importance. Hi, Jersey Lady. Good to have you. So there's a lot here, everybody, and we just got to be able to try to connect the dots. We got to try to make it make sense. We got to try to figure out who, what, when, where, why. We're probably not going to get a lot of those answered as to who, what, when, where, why, but if we can get a who, then we might be able to get a why. Just saying. If you are new to the live, subscribe for free. Become a devil pup in this channel. Devil Dog underscore 88. So, some other things that were going through my mind thinking about some of these things. A lot of other things that come into my mind is also based on the fact of what was the gain? What is the gain? If these people on the list were literally, one of them was angry at Nancy, you got to ask the question, were they that angry that you're going to do this type of crime because she fired you or because she got rid of you or whatever the case may be? It just seems a little steep, but hey, right now we don't have a whole lot else to go with. If anything gets accidentally skipped over, just repeat it for him, please. No worries. Thank you so much, everybody. GM. GM at Lisa Page. Is that General Motors? Oh, good morning. Oh, Lord. So let's ask the question then. That's maybe something we all need to look at. Who was she around? What, not only if she was in media, not only if this person stayed at her house behind her house, the small little house with the room that she rented out, but maybe we need to start searching when we get a chance online to try to figure out what that person was like, where exactly was that person from. May have to go and pull up the Arizona University of Arizona to get some answers. Nancy looks sweet in her picture, but that doesn't mean she didn't make someone angry at her. No doubt about it, Bridget. No doubt about it. That is a well good point, no doubt. So that's what we probably have to do for the new information that we're looking for. Falls, look up the healthcare fraud associated with Nancy. There you go. That's another one too. The healthcare fraud associated with Nancy. That's a very, very good point. Gronsky, there was no need for a gun. Nancy was just too old. Totally agree. Totally agree. But, sometimes people think that they have to bring something like that, a pew pew, so that they could go ahead and literally all they have to do is show it and in hopes that that person is going to do exactly what they want them to do. It may not be something that they want to use. It may be something that is just an intimidation tool. Absolutely. No doubt about it. All right, hold the fort down, mods. All right. We are back. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see where we're at here. Yes, a prop. I think Nancy was very political in her opinions. So possibly at the college also. No doubt. No doubt about it. And for a better lack of words, most colleges, they have, it's where people spread their wings, right? Young people spread their wings. That's where they get to become that independent. So you're going to find a lot of people that have that mentality as well. This makes Growski says this makes me feel that they did not know the target may be random. Yes, I. They still had somebody still had to know. Now remember, everybody, I don't want you to get caught up in the weeds. Okay, I don't want you guys to think like that. This information that we're going over, I don't want you guys to think that this is like maybe a major impact. We're just covering all ground. That doesn't change everything else we've talked about for sure. Because Gronsky, I guarantee you that in my heart of hearts, I believe that we've already talked about this individual. No doubt about it. I think this is more just trying to cover our six, trying to make sure we have information, try to make sure that we're not missing anything or overlooking anything. Just doing due diligence. You know what I mean? Majestic says donuts. Donuts do sound good right now. I'm not gonna lie. Bridget brought a gun to scare her, probably, no doubt. That would be my thing. It was just to scare her, just to say, do what we tell you, and you're not gonna get hurt. You know, a pew pew is a very intimidating weapon if you know how to use it, no doubt. Paige says, can you say passion? Donuts. I can say donuts. Us elderly love us some freedom. Amen. That's the thing, man. I die for mine, no doubt. Growski, you're making me hungry. I know, Growski. I'm making you hungry. I'm making me hungry. But it's too early for that right now. April says, some coffee with donuts. Can never go wrong with coffee and donuts. You got to remember, I did work in law enforcement for quite a long time. So coffee and donuts, hey, they go together. I heard all the jokes about the donuts. No donuts and cops. Make no mistake. It's all good. Fall says, I just read that Nancy worked for MedSource Logistics. MedSource Logistics. And discovered a massive big pharma fraud occurring in Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. Go figure. Go figure. It'd have to be Ohio in there somewhere. Thank you, Falls. The man with the ciphers went to UC Davis. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Jersey Girl. Appreciate that. I knew it was something with UC Davis. I just didn't know where exactly, but hey, two great minds think alike, no doubt about it, Jersey Girl. I heard donuts all the way from the kitchen. Ronsky says, thank you, Falls. Appreciate that. The gun position was weird to me. You know what's ironic? I've seen people carry guns all over themselves. I know people talk about, well, the gun in the front was, that's not where somebody normally carries a gun. That's not. Look, I've seen people carry it in the front. I've seen people carry it in the back in their backside. I've seen people carry it on their side. I've seen people carry it down by their shoe, by their ankle. You know, Here's the thing: the best position for a weapon is where that person feels comfortable for that weapon to be. You know what I mean? So I think it's overrated to say, well, the gun was right. He didn't really know what he's doing. Look how he's wearing that gun. I think that's overrated. Okay? I think what people need to understand is that a person is going to wear a gun where he feels comfortable with it. Whether he feels he has to grab it real quick from his front, his side, his back, wherever. Just telling you, I've seen him in all different places, literally. Great info, dog says Paige. Experience does matter. Make no mistake. You're very welcome. And you do need to know that, because sometimes people think that because someone wears their weapon in their front that they're clumsy or that they don't know what they're doing. Or no, it just means that that's where they want it. They want it right there. They want to just be able to go right down in their front and grab it, for whatever reasons. Thank you, appreciate that, April. The Jersey Girl, it seems to me that our dear missing lady had more than one person staying at the casita. She did. She had a lot of people staying at the casita, in all honesty. The casita, which in Spanish is just house, little house, casita. Yes, exactly right. She had a lot of people there. Allie's in the house. Good morning, Allie. Good to have you. Falls, Big Pharma screws each and every one of us on prescription costs. On prescription costs. If she discovered their wrongdoing, they may have had her knocked off. Now, that's very possible, Falls. That's very, very possible. No doubt about it. Lisa says, hi, Allie, BG. Yes, wherever you're comfortable with muscle memory. That's it. When you do it over and over and over and over again, that's muscle memory, everybody. Just in case you're not aware. When you do something over and over and over and you feel comfortable with it, you always go back to it. Why? Because it's something that you've always done. It's something, for whatever reasons, you always felt like that was the place you felt comfortable with. Absolutely. Well said. No doubt about it. No, well said, BG. Oh, for sure, says April. Falls, Big Pharma is dangerous to get involved in. That is true. That is very true. That is very true. Anyway. one of these big companies, corporations, or entities that deal with multi-billion dollars, they literally are people who you have to be careful with, because they will do anything, in my opinion, to go ahead and make sure no one disrupts what they have been doing and how they have been making their funds, in my opinion. BG says yes, wherever you're comfortable. Allie, SP, sorry. There's a lot of politicians, says Falls. There's a lot of politicians there that are associated with Big Pharma. Oh, yeah. They're all taking handouts. Every one of them taking kickbacks. Well, in my opinion, there's very many of them that are taking handouts and kickbacks, in my opinion. Lisa says, I love this chat. Awesome. I'm glad you do, Lisa. I'm glad you do. Feels good. Amen. April, coming in, hit the like and subscribe and get the channel out on other platforms. Best info here. Amen. No doubt about it, everybody. Lisa, thank you, April. So that's probably going to be what we want to start looking at, is what we've been talking about, and that's the information as to where Nancy, not only we know where she worked, but who was all involved, what was she looking at. Fall said something with Big Pharma. That's very crucial to look into that. Um, also, also, not just that, but you also want to look at other things as well. Now, I still looking at. I'm still honestly. I find it hard. You know, I find it hard not to keep LD on my mind and Richard in my mind. Those two, all of them that we've talked about in the past, they're still very embedded in here because they just can't. They can't. It seems like law enforcement can't go ahead and give you something that's tangible, something that's even something so small to basically eliminate that thought process, if you will, for a better lack of words, right? So we got to go ahead and there's just a lot to talk about there. A lot to talk about. I know a lot of it's the regurgitation, but it's when you regurgitate a lot of these facts that are happening is when you stumble over something that just made sense or that you just didn't even think about. Richard needs some help right away. Yes, he does. April, Bridget, absolutely. Lisa, thank you. You know, I think that the reality is that Richard was never going to say anything that he didn't believe. Now, remember when I tell you this, Richard may not always be telling the truth, but in his mind, if he thinks he's telling the truth, guess what? To him, it is the truth. To him, it is the truth. And why does that matter? Because he could sell you some great farming land out in the desert because in his mind, he believes it is fact. And we all have to remember that. For since the old Bat Suellen acts like she doesn't like Nancy, what college was she associated with? No doubt. I didn't even think about that. We know she went to college, and we know she was somebody of importance in the what genealogist or something, or not genealogist, but the anthropology or something dealing with you know whatever old things, looking up for old creatures or something. Anthropology, thank you. Oh Lord. Hey, don't kid yourself, everybody. Just for whatever it's worth, I did take a class on anthropology when I went to college. No doubt about it. Just so we're all clear. Not making fun of anthropologists because I have taken a class on anthropology. I just found it fascinating and interesting. Just thought I might share that with everybody. Lisa, oh, jailhouse snitch Richard was in DGL's chat last every late last night and this morning. Really? So now he's found somebody else to tag along, and that's DGL. He knows Sleuth is not going to give him the time of day, right? So now he's trying to find another platform. Interesting. Going to have to start watching him more often just to hear what's being going on and what's being said. Paige says, I called him out and he laughed. Jailhouse snitch. That is funny, no doubt about it, Paige. He kept giving tips on Nancy. I'm going to have to go back. Was that in his last live? On Dog's last live or Dad's last live? Paige, was that on Dad's last live? I never, though, I thought there was any money to be had in anthropology. No, I just like the curiosity of the unknown, of not knowing. You know what I mean? I've always taken stuff about not knowing something. So for me, it was always an adventure. Bridget, all persons of interest need to be interviewed. Amen, Bridget. Well said. And have an outright alibi to be ruled out, don't you think? Absolutely, 110%. Couldn't have said that better. Thank you, Bridget. That is fact. Not just a not just an interview, but literally they have to have some type of alibi to justify that it's not them, that they can prove it's not them who committed this heinous crime. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. And if they can't, then you hold their feet to the fire every which way possible. You hold their feet to the fire until they cough something up. No doubt about it. Well said. If you are in the chat and you like the chat, subscribe for free. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you be in this channel and become smarter with everybody else. Yes, this morning through last night. I will look at that. Thanks, Paige. April, he could use different names, be hard, names to be heard. Someone had mentioned that they're that here earlier. Got you. Makes perfect sense to me. Paige, after incident in DC, got you last night. Falls, he has several names, April, so true. Well, that's why he is more like a chameleon. Right? He is more like a chameleon. He'll change whatever he has to change. What you got to remember with someone like that, their modus operandi. In other words, what they normally do and what they always do, they can't change that because that's who they are. So he may go ahead and change his name. All you have to look for is someone who is speaking just like he did before, because that's not going to change. That is who he is. He is that person. He can change names, change pictures, and do all that crazy stuff, but it won't change how and what he talks about and what he's trying to get across. Dude lives in Cali, says Paige. FBI searched his house. Yes, yes. Did they? They searched his house? When was this? When did, or they need to, are you saying they need to search his house? Dog was on the job. FBI searched whose house, Lisa? Whose house did they search? All right, mods, hold on to fort. Be right back. All right. I am back, everybody. I am back. Let's see where we're at now. All right, all right, all right. Let's see where we're at, everybody. The DC shitter's house immediately following the DC incident. Got you, got you. Aristocrats in the house, everybody. Cool is Devil Dog working right now. Trying to be as cool as a cucumber, my friend. Someone's got to pay the bills. Fall says, I think the house in California is a decoy. You may be right. I mean, that's what SI was saying. He believed that that house was just a house that was there for him to use as a staging that he lived there. But in reality, it was just, yeah, like you said, no doubt about it, a decoy. April, he had guns and knives on him and was targeting anyone in administration DC perp. Aristocrat. Lisa, I'm not trying to change the topic here, and I do apologize, everyone. Got sidetracked about R. No, no, that's fine. If it's about R, it's all good. He's in that person of interest. As long as we stay in that person of interest, that's all that matters. Aristocrat says, good food. Pei says, thank you. Gronsky, anthropology is a comprehensive scientific study of humanity. Yeah, all that good stuff. Whatever it is, I took it. No doubt about it. I took a lot of things that were outside my realm. April, Lisa is fine. Is it top news now? It's always going to be top news. No doubt about it. They'll make it top news. Hey, thank you. Gronsky, I think R likes to travel about. He said he used to take his teardrop trailer and travel everywhere, right? Indiana Kim says, hello, D-Dog. What's going on, Indiana? Indiana Kim, what's happening? How is your day going? Great to have you. If you like the live, subscribe for free. Doesn't cost you anything. Just brings you in and lets you help everyone get smarter. Hello, Lisa, says Indiana. Falls, didn't he say something about a cabin in the mountains? Yes, he did say something about a cabins in the mountains. He sure did. He sure did. He said he talked about it. I don't remember like um, what the whole connotation was, but he did talk about. I do remember him talking about that. Absolutely. April Gronsky Slew saw him. He was in Tucson. He travels. Page who? Page says who? Richard. Richard Page. Indiana, subscribe. Thank you, Indiana. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being a devil pup in Devil Dog _88. Bridget Clark says, R said he lived on different campgrounds in 40 different states. Now, here's the logic for me. He lived in all these campgrounds in 40 different states. You see how those specific little details, 40 different, he could have said 36, he could have said 22, he could have said 5, he could have said 10, he could have said 12. He gives you a specific number, 40. Literally 40. Like he knows it was 40. Like he knows everywhere he went. He is so specific in the details that he gives. And I know you could say, well, he could have just said 40. No, that's not the point. The point is that's his modus operandi. He gives you the exact because he's counting the exact. He knows the exact things, what he's done, what he has said. He knows that. And that's why he uses these uh, information to really, you know, tell you. It's like saying the quiet part out loud, I guess is what I'm trying to say, everybody. Mary, Mary, morning, peeps, morning, Mary, Mary, good to have you. Paul says, morning, morning, Mary. Pay says, if we use specific names and descriptions, we will avoid confusion. That's fact. April, Indiana, with the heart. Paige with the flower or the sunflower. Gronsky, 40 is the majority of all of the U.S. states. There you go. There you go. But to be specific is his MO. He likes being specific because it's the first thing that comes to his mind. Remember when he said how Nancy was how she was basically dismembered and where she was put and how she was put. He remembers it because that is his mentality. Almost like he's going down the list of how we do things. Almost like second nature, literally. Carol's in the house. Aristocrat. Wow. He can't get away from that and he can't deviate from that. And the reason he can't deviate from being specific is because it's all in his mind that he's telling you these things. If he deviates from that, he's not going to understand. He's going to confuse himself. You know what I mean? If he deviates what he's trying to convey and what he's saying on what has happened or how it's happened, he's going to confuse himself. That's why he sticks to what he knows, the precise specifics. That's why someone like him, it would be easy to go ahead and discredit or to prove what he has said because literally he's giving you specific information. Either Nancy's in Rose Canyon Lake or she's not. If she's not, no one gives a rat's ass about this individual. His platform is over. But I'm not sure if Richard is telling the truth. I am skeptic, neutral, agnostic for everything and doesn't provide hard. Right, right. But here's what you got to remember, aristocrat. Remember this. If there's anything you take out of this, take this. If he's lying, his platform's over, right? Short-lived. If he's lying, it is short-lived. He's done. No one cares about him. So when he says it, even if he's lying, he knows he's done. It's over. No one cares. 2 cents, right? And yet now he tells you this, and it's got to be, well, why is he being specific? Probably because he knows. But he also knows that if he doesn't go ahead and tell the truth, he's done, right? No one's going to give him the time of day. That's what you got to remember. I get it. Like, is he telling the truth? I get what you're saying. But here's the thing. He has everything to lose, especially his platform, and nothing really to gain except having a platform. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it does for me. Yes, I can understand people being skeptical. Skeptical on a lot of things. Skeptical on a lot of things, no doubt. But not the specific things, because that can be disproven. And that's how you have to really look at it, to be honest. Right. And how do you determine if it's true or false? How do you determine if it's true or false? You follow that lead. And once you follow that lead, then you decide, oh, I guess she's not here. Well, then he's false, right? Then it's done. He's done. Or, damn it, she's here. There's 3 bags here. There's fucking 10 bags here. Now it's like, oh God, there's more than just one. There's more than just 5 people who were put in bags. You know what I mean? Not saying you shouldn't have facts. Don't misunderstand me. You should always have facts. But what I'm saying is, sometimes when people give you specifics, that can prove whether it's a fact or not, if that makes any sense. The puppet master R. Holy it is mine. Give me a sec. Hold on to fort. Just remember, everybody, when someone gives you information and you are a person that wants facts, true facts, okay? Just remember this theory. You can always, literally, you can always validate whether the things that he has said on the specifics is a fact or not. Right? It's that simple. Now, to you and I, we can't just go out there and get in that lake and verify if she's there or not. But by him throwing that out there, he's literally saying, if you go there, you will find her. Okay? And this is how you're going to find her. And this is what she's going to have. So now that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that element. And if that element is not there, guess what? He's a has-been. No one will give him the time of day. He could talk till he's blue in the face and no one would care, because they know he has been proven to be a non-truthful individual. Elizabeth, good to have you in here, Elizabeth. I feel she is very close to her house. I do too. I do too. And 36.6 miles away in a canyon, Rose Canyon Lake, is not that far. Good to have you. Appreciate you, Elizabeth. Thank you for being here. If you like the live, please subscribe. Join, be a devil pop in devil dog _88. It is free. April, I think Richard will go on after platforms. If he doesn't go on Sleuth, we need to watch. I agree, no doubt. Paige, I could be wrong. Bridget, he seems to pay a lot of attention to details for sure. It's all about the details, everybody. If you talk in details, you can be literally exposed. If you talk in general terms, well, it's kind of hard to pinpoint somebody in general terms, right? But if you give me details, I'm gonna know. I'm going to be able to find out. And when that happens, you're either going to have a platform or you're not. That's simple. Well, I'm really behind. Help me out here, buddy. Nothing to gain for lying. Trying. I hate when it skips up. He has to control the narrative. I could be wrong. Here we go. Bridget, yes. Elizabeth Gaspy, hi. Aristocrat, you are right. If he is lying, people will forget about him in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. No doubt in my mind. Literally, Aristocrat. No doubt in my mind. And he knows that. Gronsky, Richard, smart but unhinged. That is true. That is true. He is very unhinged because he's not getting to control every platform. He's not getting to control everybody's narrative. He can only control his own narrative, and only to a certain point. Because in his narrative, he's literally giving you the things that he knows, and that is a lot of times he'll give you specifics, and that can be challenged. Yeah, details. Hey, that's why they call them details. Devils in the details, right? That's why you hear that a lot. Devils in the details. Details can be literally confirmed or unconfirmed. That's literally the fact. They can be confirmed or unconfirmed. So if you give a person details, they can check that out. If you give a person vague information, it's going to be hard to check out. Disaster control the narrative. The puppet master R. True narcissist, no doubt. Bridget, nothing to gain from lying. If he's delusional, he will lose credibility, no doubt. That's it right there in a nutshell. Time will tell, in my opinion. Amen. I would bet those black bags are heavy duty, i.e., thick mill. No doubt. No doubt. It's important or just quit after 14 years of intense therapy. We don't know what caused him and his therapy to part ways. Maybe he told her something that she was challenging him that he shouldn't do, and but she couldn't say nothing under the HIPAA law, you know. April says he is coding. He is coding. That's not easy. He most likely is very intelligent, and he is also well spoken. Yes, yes, on all those fronts. Yes, to me that's important. Excuse me, everybody. Elizabeth, good morning, Paige. Therapy quit suddenly. I thought it was a few days before he came on SI's channel in his stream, but then somebody pointed out it was about 2 weeks, even though that is still too soon. You know what I mean? Why would you quit that soon? Bridget, April, I think it's too irresistible for him. Richard will be in the comments of other channels. There's no doubt. We've been saying it. You guys know I've been saying it since the very beginning. Since the first day he got off literally coming off of SI's channel, the first time he came in where he caught SI off guard because it was a call that SI had took, and then he started rambling everything that he was saying. I said it from the beginning. When I sat back and I listened to it and I replayed it and I replayed it, it just made sense to me. Literally, it made sense to me. Too much border security, in my opinion. Let me go back up here a little bit. Thanks. I feel within 5 miles from her home. I agree. I agree, Elizabeth. I know it. I feel it's close. Aristocrat said, but remember, lots of crazy people out there too. So we'll have to wait for whether Richard is telling the truth or not. No doubt. That's for sure. No doubt about that, Aristocrat. Point well taken. Fall said, I miss Gene. April, like, subscribe, and get DD channel out there on other platforms. Let's make it happen, everybody. Let's make it happen. We can all become more smarter with each other's help. No doubt about it. Jailhouse snitch. Gene. Gronsky. I feel that Nancy is less than 2 miles from her home. Very possible. She's close. In my opinion, she's close. But I would say 36.6 is easy to check, and it would be easy for them to one way or the other discredit Richard, or to validate they found a body. Gronsky, it is just hard to travel very far with a big problem. I agree. I totally agree. No doubt about it. April says, bless you. Thank you. Aristocrat. Ground, yeah, that's why people who say that the kidnapper took the body of Nancy to Mexico or Canada are wrong. In my opinion, that just doesn't make any sense, to be honest. That don't make any sense whatsoever. But hey, I guess that's why we all have opinions, right? He wanted SI to be his new therapy. Yep. Well, he even said as much, right? Remember, he told SI, he said, you could be a very good therapist. And then jokingly, SI said, would you like to sit on my couch? And he said, and they kind of chuckled. But no, he wanted somebody to talk. He wanted that platform. Yes. Ace in the house. Ace says, Richard, are you here? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Sorry, that's just a Pink Floyd thing. My bad. Ace, Richard, are you here? Page, too much border security. Gronsky. Gronsky says. Gronsky, he did. Yes. Page, yes, Ace. Welcome in, Ace. Ace is probably him. Ace is probably him. Who said that? Ace is probably him, said Lisa. Who is Richard? Did I miss something? Oh, Indiana, Kentucky. If you don't know who Richard is, you missed a lot. Richard Nolet Jr. He is a person of interest who came on SI's live a couple of times and has been chatting with him in reference to his brother is the one. He's claiming his brother is the one who took Nancy. Paul says, but what if the camper was used, Gronsky? No doubt. Ted is posting cringe message about Nancy. Ted, says Buster Brown. Good to have you in here, Buster Brown. Richard Nolet. Richard Nolet says H. A says Richard Nolet. Hi, Buster, says Paige. Mary. DGL said the truck stunk when he went by it. Makes you what it stunk from. hacked up bodies. Elizabeth says, I feel Gem Guy is involved. Very probable. Very, very probable. I wouldn't put that past anybody. Gem Guy is probably involved. Could be. Well, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. Gem Guy could be a person of interest. No doubt. Without a doubt. Gem Guy could be a person of interest. My theory, says Aristocrat, my theory is that we should find out if Savannah had powerful enemies. That's another one. That's another route we want to go. Not just with Nancy, but check out the rest of the family, where they stood. What were their lives like? How were they functioning? Was there anybody looking at them? Ace says, no, I'm Ace. Okay. Indiana Kim says, I'm Richard, laughing out loud. Have a great day, everyone. I've got yard work calling my name. You got it, Falls. Thank you for being here. Aristocrat says, yes. Aristocrat professional investigators check out the past social relationships of people who are unalived. Gronsky, isn't the gem guy very wealthy and related to U of A? I don't know, but during this time, apparently, he wasn't even at home. He was out of country. Go figure. Page says the perp paid R to distract the investigation. Very possible. Very, very possible. No doubt. It is very possible. All right, all right. Hold on to fort, mods. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Woo! Crazy, crazy days. The perps that are to distract the investigation. Indiana, if you are Richard, what was your mother's first name? Mary Mary. Aristocrat says nice van or SUV. Gronsky, fellows, enjoy. Falls, enjoy your day. My yard still's working, waking up. Aristocrat, what is that sound? Indiana, Mary Mary, I was joking. Falls, thanks, Gronsky. Hey, so we're all a bunch of Richards. No, we're just going where the information takes us, no doubt about it. Mary Mary, I was too, Indiana, laughing out loud. Indiana is laughing. Indiana Kim. Click them like, everybody. Click them like and subscribe if you are not a subscriber. Get smarter with everybody, making everyone smarter in this channel. April says, I am every streamer's chat, and I will say this is the most respectful chat. Nad so much into from you all. Thank you for being here. Amen. Thank you so much, April. I appreciate that. We just try to give out the information, and we try to do our best to get that information, and then we try to break it down as best as possible. And I think when you do all those things and you do it the right way, people appreciate it. Ours are following me, haha. Our eyes following me. April, Aristocat, yeah, the other chat rooms of this case are not so cool. That's what happens when they become bigger than the story itself. Aristocrat, April, I don't like talking about other streamers, but I don't like Bullhorn Betty. Too much. She is too authoritarian, says Aristocrat. Indiana, Kim says, agree, April. Bridget, other live chats move too fast. Gronsky, I have found this case has taken me to places I never thought I would ever go. Well, here's the thing, everybody. It's because of you guys and all your knowledge that you bring to the table is what makes this so successful. You guys are in the chat giving so much information, doing your homework, and that helps everybody. And everybody going ahead and giving their opinions also helps everybody. That's how you work things. That's how you make things better. That's how you learn from one another. It's just that simple. Give me 1 second, my peeps. All right, I am back. I am back. All right, all right. Poor Dale Gronsky says page. Aristocrat. Ted Investigates is nice, but they are not scientific and objective like this chat room. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, knowledge is half the battle. You can't teach experience, folks. You got to remember that. You cannot teach experience. You get it by time in service. You get it by doing yourself the hard work, if that is your field. Majestic, buttery fly must have typo. I don't know, says Lisa. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, God. Really, bro? I don't know if I want to make it through here. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, Lord. God, I'm not going to make it. Man, that was a tight fit. Woo! No doubt. I learned to follow the live streams that I can interact with and feel safe. Amen. Thank you, Groundsky. Pay, same D. Aristocrat Bridge, yeah, he is nice, but they are not so objective like this channel. That is a fact. I haven't seen too many channels that was this calm and literally gave you this platform to be able to express your opinions, in my opinion. My money is with kindness. Amen. Kindness or bust. Got it. Indiana Kim says, I'm obsessed with this case. Everyone has a mother or a grandmother, so we can all relate. Amen. I've said that numerous of times, Indiana. Nice, nice, well stated. April Gronsky, I like DD past experience and would love to build his channel. Thank you so much, April. And you guys are built. It's not just my channel, it's all our channel. We are that team. We are the people that make it happen. So thank you so much for the kind words. Paige, sick of ugliness in my life. Amen. Amen. Bridget, experience is the best teacher. One of my favorite sayings. It is. It is. You can't teach somebody something that they don't have. You can show them and they can learn it and gain that experience, but you can't just like buy it. You can't buy experience. You got to earn it. Indiana, true, this case should lead to a national protest against abductions and to a movement dedicated to fight abductions. Amen. Amen. Well said. Well said. Lisa Page. And it's okay to be wrong. No one's perfect. Amen. Amen. Hey, everything I tell you all, I could be off on some things. I'm not perfect by no means. I can only go with what my knowledge tells me, my experience tells me. Forgiveness frees you. Agree, aristocrat. Indiana Kim says, agree, aristocrat. Groundsky, we are Team Nancy. That is a fact. Well said, Groundsky. And yes, we need to let love rule. Too much ugliness in this world. That is a fact, Indiana Kim. That is a fact. I'm permanently locked out of Facebook and cannot appeal again. Laughing out loud. I don't even have a Facebook, to be honest, everybody. Lisa Page. Gem guy next door to Nancy. The day after Nancy disappeared, he was loading. He was loading tons of boxes in a van with no windows. The creepy van. I put the creepy in there. Except where the driver sits. He made so many trips back and forth. JLR was filming him. Aristocrat, yeah, the whole world is in hell of pain and suffering. Too much suffering and harm. No doubt about it, everybody. April, Elizabeth, oh my God, I didn't know that. That's why people should enjoy life, says Aristocrat. People should enjoy life. Should enjoy life, have pleasure, because life is too short and painful to worry about one working and doing chores. Lisa, is the gym guy neighbor Clay or a different neighbor? Give me a second, everybody. Give me a second. I'm back, everybody. All right, all right. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Gotta take old Matthew McConaughey's little spiel. Gronsky, yeah, many people in Facebook are too self-absorbed. Different neighbor, says Elizabeth. Lisa, UE, aristocrat, and Twitter X is too crazy. It's hard to debate anything on X. Yeah, no doubt. I don't even know Gem Guy's name. Block them. Carol, if someone is trying to do something and learn, it is not right to tear them down. You should uplift them to help them learn. Well said, Carol. Keeps the peace, says Paige. Aristocrat, Carol, you are right. That's what Jesus says. Amen. Gronsky, we should always look to find a win-win situation in life, no doubt. Paige, don't get me started laughing out loud. Miss Mandy, Elizabeth, that's interesting. April, exactly, Carol, why I wanted to be a mod. I don't want Dee Dee to go through that for us or us. His page is just building up, no doubt. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, April. April, we appreciate you so much, no doubt. Thank you to all the mods as well and everybody on the channel. You are friendly. Elizabeth, JLR would know his name. He was older and long white hair and kept looking around. He was very rude. I think I heard the gem guy was at the gem show, so he must have sold some. UE. Hi, Lisa. Yes, G. I think it's Jonathan, the name of JLR. That's his first name. That is his first name, everybody. Jonathan is the first name of JLR. Jonathan Lee Ritchie's. That is correct. Groundsky, all of Nancy's community seems rude. MAGA, the name of the gem guy. It's rude, no apologies, my opinion. Lisa, I appreciate you too, says April. I'll drop it now. Okay, let's move on to Nancy. Mods, hold the fort. Let's move on to Nancy. All right, back. All right, all right. Big kudos. Hello, welcome in, big kudos. Nancy's neighbors, says aristocrat. Flowers, emojis, roses. April, was the gem show a week before her abduction? I can't remember. Sounds about right. Sounds about right, to be honest. Good morning, everyone. Big kudos. Do we have any new news in regards to Nancy? Just recapping on the weekend. Big kudos. Aristocrat, Indiana, you are right. There are many theories like Epstein theory, the burglary theory, the profit ransom theory, etc. Gronsky, the card in the front door was SOP for the department. Big kudos. Hello, welcome in. Lisa Pay says Papa John's. Yes. Elizabeth, Gem Show Week of her abduction. So the Gem Show Week was on the weekend of her abduction. Does anyone in the chat even know about gems? I've heard of them before. I've heard of gems, but I don't know enough to talk about it, to be honest there, Gronsky. Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, JB. JB is in the house. Good morning. Lisa UE. Morning, JB guy. April, all I heard was Annie does gems and sells them. Indiana. Indiana says, Indiana. Indiana, there was a big gem show, and the next door neighbor is a gem dealer. Got you. Lisa, all I heard too. Good morning, Lisa. JB. Did Nancy collect gems? I just think she sold them, to my understanding. That and other things that she made. It was suspicious, no doubt. Hold the fort down. Right. Yeah, I think we need to look at more also with the gym guy. We do got to look at him a little bit more. That's another one that kind of slipped through the cracks, to be honest. The gym guy is important because he left. Not only was it the weekend of his show to sell, but man, he got out and dodged pretty quick. It'd be nice to know who he was, what was his modus of operation, all those things. It would be nice to know these things because who knows? I mean, he got out pretty quick, no doubt about it. So that's another person we want to definitely look at, in my opinion. Another twist, Annie sells gems and gems gut leaves town. You can't make this stuff up, says April. It's noon in Ohio. Yes, it is. April, guy not got sorry. Guy not got sorry, says April, laughing out loud. No way, April. Wow. You are a spot on, April. Indiana Kim says some people were terrorizing that it was a robbery on the wrong house. That someone intended to rob her neighbor and got the wrong house. I personally don't believe that. Well, if these people are supposed to be as good as a lot of people have claimed, how in the hell are you going to get the wrong house if you are as good as, if people think that they are as good as they are? That would tell me, that doesn't make sense there. That does not add up, in my opinion. Sounds suspiciously. Just another coincidence. That's what we always get in this chat is it must be a coincidence. And not in this chat, but from police, from Pima County and stinking the FBI. Must be a coincidence. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And Annie, Nancy, and Gem Guy live in the same neighborhood. Go figure. JB, who was it that used to say there are no coincidence? I heard that a lot here recently, and I did hear who was the one that said there is no coincidence. So true. I have heard that. I can't remember who was the one that stated that, but I have heard that. I'm undecided on every aspect of this entire case. Head spinning. MS Mandy says, "Is he the neighbor that wouldn't give up his camera footage?" No, that's Sue Ellen, I think. That's not him. He was out of town, out of country. Indiana Kim says, maybe it wasn't. I don't know, Miss Mandy. Great question, Mandy, no doubt. Bridget says, do you think they were looking for gems and maybe safe in Nancy's house didn't didn't find anything, had to get rid of because she could recognize them? Very possible. It's very possible. No doubt about it. Very possible. Miss Mandy, maybe there was a few. I know Sue Ellen was one for sure. Elizabeth, remember somebody had locked looked Nancy up online. Yes, several times. Alley Cat, hi devil. Hi devil dog. Are you live right now? Yes, I am, Alley Cat. Elizabeth, Jam Guy was there at time of abduction. Okay. So he was there. I thought he was already gone. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me, Elizabeth. Appreciate you. Allie SP, thanks, Lisa. You welcome. I have a question. I've been waiting for you to come online. Okay. Give me 1 second and you can ask me that question. Hang on 1 second. Okay, Allie, ask away that question, Allie. You've been wanting to ask this question. Ask it. Let's get it. Hit the like, everyone. Hit the like. April says, Alley Cat, Tennessee, hi, good to see you. Nancy would know all the people that walked by since she must have watched those cameras, correct? Elizabeth, the guy in the video was lollygagging around. He was in the hurry. He was in no hurry, not even acting nervous, right? Almost calm, cool, and collective like the perp at the front door of Nancy's. I saw someone say, I saw someone say, I saw someone say that the white car that was at Nancy's initially, not the Kia Soul, when 857 was there initially, it was Cameron's car. That's very possible, Allie. That is very possible. I heard that too. I have heard that. Now the Kia Soul was a car that was hauling ass when during the time when Nancy was abducted. It was a car that was hauling ass straight down. You know what I mean? In front of her street, in front of technically her house, but on the road hauling ass. So that was a Kia Soul. There was another white car that was at the house, and you're right. I did hear that some thought it was Cameron's car. Yes, you're that. I have heard the same thing. Yes, you are right about that, Alley Cat. Lisa says Cameron is suspicious in my opinion. I totally agree. He's awful quiet. Almost like he got a free pass in what everybody else was going through, in my opinion. Remember, if you accidentally get skip, which is no one has, just repeat your comment to dog. Thank you so much, Lisa. Appreciate that. I try to read everybody's comment, everybody. Everyone's comment. But I heard Savannah say herself that she called Cameron and explained the scene to him. Yes, you're right about that, Allie. You are definitely right about that. Alley Cat, you are right. Bridget, yes, Cameron's white car was parked in the driveway on day one when 857 was there recording. Elizabeth says, yes, Cameron's car, he was staying at the guest house. I heard the same thing. Yes, that is true. April, that is true. He was, I had heard he was staying at the guest house. Cameron was there the night of the abduction. That's what I heard. You know, that's why it's kind of odd that they would, yes, I follow where you're going, and you're right. You're right. I had heard the same thing. I don't know if it has been validated or proven, but I have heard the same thing. That is correct. Cameron was there the night of the abduction. It's what I've heard. I've heard that. I just haven't heard it being confirmed. Paige says, excellent work, dog. Yes. Lisa Page, my God. Ye holy cow. Big kudos. If I recall right, I believe it was said Gem Guy opened up the store somewhere and moved to where he opened his business. DD loves his chatters and tries to address you all. Says April, I do. I really do. That should be public knowledge, in my opinion. Thank you, Lisa. Alley Cat, so she would need to explain the scene. What was my next question? What the heck that he was staying in the guest house? Oh, I follow you. I follow you. If it's validated that he was there staying at the guest house, I just haven't heard that it was validated. I haven't heard that it was, how can I say, I haven't heard that it was confirmed that he was staying there. But if he was, you're exactly right. Then the question becomes, how did he not hear what was going on? How does he not know what was happening? Was he a deep sleeper? I mean, what could you possibly say? And you're exactly right. 110%, Alley Cat. So she wouldn't need to explain. So she wouldn't need to explain the scene. That was my point. Next question. What the heck did he was saying in the guest house? Was he staying in the guest house? I've heard the same thing. Yes. But I never validate. I don't know if it's ever been validated. Janice says, howdy y'all. Lisa, yes, yes. Lisa, hi, Janice. Alley Cat, what? Okay, you said what? So he wouldn't need to explain the scene. That was my next question. What the heck was he staying in the guest house? It's what I've heard. I just don't know if it's been validated, in all honesty. Give me a second. So just so we're clear, Alley Cat, I get what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. Okay? You are basically saying that Savannah called, literally called, that Savannah called, trying to find your last comment. Alley Cat, you are saying that Savannah called her brother Cameron to let him know what was going on. But you're saying that Cameron was already there at the house in the back, staying there. So why would Savannah need to call him and tell him that? Right? That's what you're asking. Doesn't make any sense. If he was already there, why would Savannah need to call him? Because he's already there. I get that. Yes, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, Alley Cat. That what you're saying, I totally agree. That if Cameron was there at the house, staying at the house in the back of Nancy's house, in that house that she rents out, or whatever, small little house, if Cameron was staying there, then why would Savannah need to call Cameron and tell him what was happening? Yeah, there's a lot of things. Right. The Savannah yeah, I know where you're going. The Savannah had called from New York. Camera was in Tucson. Right. I remember that. Yes. But here's the thing. I just don't know if it's been validated or not. I don't know if that's been validated. That's all I'm saying. I heard what you heard. I heard what you heard. Exactly. The problem is I just don't know if that information was validated, or was it a rumor, or was it somebody thinking that that white car in Nancy's driveway was really Cameron's and not somebody else's car. You know what I mean? So I just never got that confirmation as to is that legit or not. But if it is on what you're saying, then you're 100% right. Something doesn't add up. Why would she have to tell him if he was already there? I, I get what you're saying, Alicat. Very good observation. Very good sleuthing. You literally put that piece in context. I just don't know if anybody confirmed it, or was it all, like everything else is going on. Everything is about, you know, something being said, but with no validation. So I agree with you. I think you're spot on. I really do. And if you're right in everything you just said, then yes, someone needs to answer. Savannah needs to explain how in the hell, why would you need to call Cameron, who was staying at their mom's back, the house in the back? Why would you need to call him? He would already been awake. He already known all the cops were there. He would have been awake. He would have saw something happening, right? Not necessarily happening with Nancy, but he would have saw all the cops there, so it would have obviously got him up. I follow what you're saying. You're exactly 110% right. If in fact that information was correct and that was Cameron's white car, no one has claimed that. And here's the other thing about that, Allie. On top of that, they don't even have a video, right? A video. Now I know that Tucson has a video. Okay, I know Tucson had a video, but you also got to remember Cameron did have a lot of rental properties in Tucson, a lot of rental properties. So he may have been out there when this happened. But you're right, very suspicious, no doubt about it. If Cameron was in the guest house, why was this omitted from the timeline? That's my point. I don't know if it was ever validated or not, or if it was just someone saying that. But you're right. No, you're good, Hallie. That's what we want. That's how I and everybody else in here learns new things about what's going on. You're exactly right. I know exactly what you're saying, and you're exactly right. Good job. Well done, my friend. Well done. I appreciate you letting us know. And that's, if that is correct, that that was his car, spot on. Spot on. No doubt about it. That is awesome news, no doubt. The key is we got to find out, was that car really Cameron's? Or was Cameron in Tucson during that time? Was he at his rental properties? Was he staying somewhere out there? You know what I mean? But if he was, then yeah, why would Savannah have to call her brother to tell him what was happening when he was already there? Hey, that's very good. Very good. Kudos to you, my friend. Growski, if camera was in that guest house, why was there admitted? Good question. How he didn't hear anything allegedly is because if he was involved, you think it is very possible. Very possible. I mean, literally very possible that he knows more than what he's saying, and that's why he's been quiet this whole time. I heard Savannah call Cameron from New York. Cameron was in Tucson. Okay, so we then, if you heard that, then and we can confirm that he was in Tucson because he had a lot of rental properties. Then it's very plausible that he was at the back house. No doubt, no doubt whatsoever. But the key is, at that time, was that white car his car or somebody else's car? You follow me? Was it his car or somebody else's car? That's what needs to be validated. Yes, 100%. You got it. You got it, Ellie. Alley Cat, you got it, my friend. Big, did you watch the Hoda interview? I did. Oh, I'm sorry. You asking Big? My bad. Janice, I sleep hard most nights. Some people don't hear things a lot of times. You're right. You're definitely right. I think he would have woke up to maybe the lights, the overhead lights of the law enforcement cars, all the lights, people walking around with flashlights, or if not that, he would have literally. I mean, you got to remember when they got there, wasn't it like 9 something in the morning, 9:30 or so, or somewhere in there? So he would have seen the lights on. They would have had their overhead lights on. We could ask Brian Eaton. There you go. That is true, Janice. My word, Lisa. Big kudos. It has been said that no one was staying at the house during that time, or no one should have been in that guest house. And that's what we would need to figure out. Annie and Cameron were first on the scene. The Savannah then Savannah arrived. Excuse me. Yes, we need a whiteboard. We need a whiteboard. Bridget, people have said Cameron was staying in the condo in town, not in the guest house. That's what I've heard, Bridget. That he was in his one of his condos because he was checking them and he was staying at one of his condos. That's what I heard. But if it's not that, then we definitely got a something that needs to be explained, no doubt about it. Good sleuthing all the way around to everybody, no doubt. All right, give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Let me see if we can find out where it was at. All right, all right. Going back down here. Trying to find where I left off, everybody. Here it goes. I think it was here. Elizabeth. Cameron was in Tucson. He could have been staying anywhere, right? No doubt about it, Elizabeth. Paige, right? E. Paige, what the F? I'm not sure what happened. What the F? Bridget, 8857 video on day one shows Cameron's white car in the driveway. Yeah, what time did he get there? We don't know if it was already there. You know what I mean? So there's just a lot of information that has to be sorted out there, no doubt about it. Janice, I want to say the guest house is for Savannah and her family. It is possible he has a home there as well, just not on property. April, so we got Annie, Nancy's gem guy, and Cameron in the neighborhood at time of abduction. Lisa, forget spinning my head exploding. Right. Thank you. You're very welcome, Ellie Cat. You did a great job. Thank you for that. We just got to, the next thing I would say is just try to figure out, we need to try to figure out, was that his car? When he got there? Okay. You got to know when he got there and what time. And was that his car for fact? Because I was under the impression that he did stay at one of his condos. That's what I heard. But that doesn't mean that he did. So that's what I would be looking at next. Thank you so much for that information, Cat. Great job. Lisa Page, learning rocks. Janice, Gem Guy has always been a suspect, in my opinion. I meant he was rushing to get things loaded and out of there. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Lisa, great work, everyone. April, Tucson, he has one video, no flowers on porch, the perp use. Interesting. Bridget says, it hasn't been said by anyone, but I think him and his wife are separated. She hasn't been seen with him since Nancy's disappearance. That is very interesting. That is very suspicious and interesting. That would almost like be a person of interest that they need to talk to. Maybe she knows more than she is saying. And if no one's talking to her, definitely rises to that person of interest. No doubt about it. Lisa Page needs more strong coffee. Be right back. Smoke break. Janice Gronsky. To be clear, the white car that is seen in 857 video from its first day live stream at Nancy's. Yes, that's what they're saying. Right, that's what they're saying. They don't. They're saying there was a white car that looked like Cameron's car, but it has never been validated if it was or not. No one has ever validated that to be factual. So we're going to have to find out if that was his car. Then what time did he get there to correspond with the time? And then where was he staying? Was he staying at the house in the back or was he staying at one of his condos in Tucson? Because I have heard that it was somewhere in Tucson that he was staying. April, you wouldn't be able to get your opinions out on another stream like this. Like, subscribe, and spread Dee Dee's channel to other streams. Lots of info here. No doubt. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. I just tell you straight out. I've been in law enforcement and you guys do a damn good job. Thank you, everybody. Bridget makes sense. Absolutely. Janice, 857 may very well know if that was Cameron since he was most likely first video person on scene. Correct. He might know. He might know if that was his car, but to my understanding, it looked like, you got to look at the words here, the key words. It looked like Cameron's car, his white car. Okay, it looked like. Then when was he When was he out there, and when was that car? When did it show up? At what time? You know what I mean? And if so, was he in town? Was he in town? Because I heard he was in town with this, dealing with his condos, that it, his rentals, that it very well could have been something to that nature. Hello, everyone. I found a screenshot where the perp had long nails and nail polish. Send it to us. Let's see it. Send it if you got it. You got my email. Bridget. Good deal, Samantha. Awesome. Bridget. A condo would be more convenient to town and more accommodating than Nancy's house. Well, especially when he owns the condos, right? Because he has condos that he rents out. April, Samantha, and eyeliner. You need to send me that photo to my email. Let me know if you don't mind. Mods, if you got my email, let post it up there so they can go ahead and send that information. Awesome. Great job, Samantha. Janice, what that is interesting. I hadn't heard of nails and polish on perp yet. I did hear about pinky ring. I heard about the pinky ring is all I heard about too. I am with you, Janice. Alicat, I agree with you there, April. I love DD's reading everyone, and we are all respectful. Thank you, everyone, for that. Hey, much love to all of you guys. You guys do a great job. Well, no, I know I have to come and get it. I was in. Sorry, buddy. Oh, Lord. Sorry, everybody had to step out. All right, all right. There is the email. Lisa just posted the email. Samantha. Lisa just posted the email. All right, Samantha. Lisa just posted my email. If you want to send that, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Alley Cat, Tennessee, much love. She went there in her own car. Interesting. Tommaso helped her, but she was the one holding the pew pew. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. I honestly don't think the family did it. They could have hired it done. All these rumors, though, is hard to sort out and point. No doubt about it. I agree with that. Samantha, Janice, I promise you, Annie did it. Well, they said there was a lot of, how can I say, jealousy between Annie and Savannah. So that doesn't really, that, I mean, that's very possible. No doubt. April, all opinions are welcome here. Dee Dee helps us with the experience in LE. Be kind and respectful. Samantha, but that's okay. You can think what you like. What makes you think she was shot, Samantha? Just curious, says Janice. Elizabeth, Cameron was in town because they also had been celebrating Nancy's birthday. That is correct. The same week of her abduction. Paige, I'm back too. Janice, I honestly don't know at this point, Samantha. It is a guessing game right now. It is possible her daughter did do it. Unsolved. Unsolved at the moment. Alley Cat. Janice, same, hadn't heard about. Haven't heard. Give me 1 second. Honestly, I don't know at this point. Samantha is guessing. It's a guessing game right now. It's possible her daughter did do it. Lisa, unsolved at the moment. Allie, Janice, same. Hadn't heard about nail polish. Don't even know how this could be a thing, but I have slowed the video at the porch perp down frame by frame and noticed that a ring and a connected to it Mason lodges. Janice, I had suspected the bandmate of T, but I don't know if that ever interviewed him, if they ever interviewed him. Lisa, more to be revealed. Lisa, how will we find out the answers to our Cameron question, dog? How will we find out we're gonna have to, hey, we can always ask. We can always ask what time did um did 857 see the car, and then find out where he was staying that day. Really, because they're not saying anything, it makes it almost very difficult. Because the only person you can ask is literally the only person you can really ask is Cameron, but they're not going to talk. So the police are going to have to ascertain that. But if they cleared him already, well, kind of like that's the whole problem with this case. More to be real. How the big thing is going to be to go ahead and find out literally from 857 what time was it when he saw the car, what day was it, and then try to match it up to the time when the police responded to Nancy's house. That's going to be the big thing right there. No doubt about it. Bridget says 857 with all the details. His video, I assume. That would be a good place to start, and then finding out when the cops showed up, at what time at Nancy's, what time and what day, correlating to when in fact did they go ahead, and see that car there. You follow me? So that's what we're going to have to figure out. Give me a second. Okay. Hard working devil dog. That's an understatement, but yes, Growlski. All right. So, all right, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, everybody. It's just a busy freaking day. Kevin. Good morning and afternoon to everyone. Thanks, Janice B. Janice, be right back. I will do it now before I forget. Keep it simple and baby steps. Stay focused, everyone. Thank you for doing that, Dennis. Appreciate you. The Jersey lady, one, they might be right. I believe they travel for those. Sounds good. Thank you, Paige. The way I understand it, the gym guy had those boxes not because he was moving out of town, but because he was moving his merchandise to sell at the gym show. Got you. Oh, Elizabeth, I'm going back up, guys. That is true. I have forgotten about that. Celebrate her birthday. Yes, correct. Ryan Inton might have the information. All right, I'm going to go back down and start reading. Hi, Kevin. What's going on, Kevin? Good to have you, buddy. There is the email. I think a cover up. I think a cover up, but don't know who is covering who at this point, says April. Very well said, Lisa Page. Keep up with all the great work, everyone, in this chat rocks, no doubt about it. Lisa Page G. Kara, good morning, Kara. Good to have you. Good to have you. Glad you're in the house. Kara says, hi, April. April just put out the email. If you got something to send me, there is my email. Thank you, April, for putting that out there. Paige says, hi, Kara. Hi, Dee Dee. Good morning, afternoon. Right back at you, Kara. Right back at you. Glad you are here, my friend. A lot of information going on right now. Very, very good discussions, no doubt. What is the email? What is the email? Look right above. You're going to see right above. April just put it out there, and so did Paige. Just scroll up a little bit, and you'll see it. Lisa Page says, Devil Dogs email. Hi, Lisa. Alley Cat says, Tony Hortons. Kara said, I have never thought that the family had anything to do with it. This heinous crime against Nancy, no doubt. You are all welcome. I will help if I can. You got it, Janice. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Kara. Great job. Great job to everybody in this live. You guys have done wonderful. No doubt about it. Right. I have never thought. I got that one. Tom Hortons, yes. Alley Cat, no one knows yet. True. Janice, kids do kill their parents. I have read stories and seen movies about that. That goes without saying, no doubt, Janice. Lisa Page with the smiley. Janice, be right back. Lisa Page, no sick or organcide or homicide. Lisa asking Google. 857 would know all the details. That's who I would start with, in all honesty, because 857, you just got to figure out when he saw the car. Then we got to find out when did the officers get there, so that we can correlate the time frame of when he arrived, if that was truly Cameron's vehicle. And you have to know without a shadow of a doubt. Offering parents. Alley Cat, is he under delivering? Yes, yes, yes. Someone's got to pay the bills, Allie. Just for information, the brother's name is Cameron, not Cameron. Tomato, tomato. Thank you, Jersey lady. I appreciate you. You're welcome. Appreciate you very much. He's DoorDashing. Bridget, the video is referring to shows Cameron's white car in the driveway and a couple of police cars there at the same time. So the day was February the 1st, 2nd. 857 would know. So no, so that's fine. The whole the catch to this all is the cops were there. Cameron's car was there. Did Cameron show up after the cops got there? That's the big key, because if he did, then we need to figure out, like, how long was the cops there before Cameron got there, to coordinate that with, does that enough time from, let's say, Tucson, where his condos are at, to get to Nancy's house? That's what you got to look at. This is unleashed footage from the moment I've arrived at Nancy Guthrie's house at 4 p.m. on February the 1st. Okay, so the cops were already there. The cops we know got there, what, 9:30, right? Sunday, it was like 9:30 a.m., okay? So if he saw the car at 4 p.m., okay, and the cops were already there at 9:30, then you got to figure out when Savannah ended up making the phone call to Cameron. Maybe she made the phone call to Cameron. Cameron left Tucson and came straight down. Follow me? That's what's going to be having to put together. I'm just trying to run on the fly here, everybody. Can we pin email DD? Yes, go ahead and pin it. Alicat, you will see the scene as it looked when I got there, capturing those first quiet but important moments. Sounds good. Awesome, Alicat. Appreciate your hard work. A little bit correct. He was moving his gems, but Nancy could have been something stashed away in the van. He was rushing and looking suspicious. That guy needs to be talked to, no doubt about it, and interviewed. Alicat, 4 p.m. So now the cops were there. We know they came out Sunday in the morning, right? Sunday at like 9:30 in the morning. So we know that. So now it's going to come down to when did Cameron get there? And is that enough time from Tucson to Nancy's, you follow me, to get there? Because then that would make a lot of sense. Then it would say he was definitely in Tucson with his rentals, and he probably stayed at his rental and then came down. I think Ransom gone wrong. Maybe chef and waiter situation for hire or delusional person with a none of us can understand. I think it was Ransom gone wrong as well. Give me 1 second, everybody. All right, everybody. All right, all right, all right. God, this is okay. Okay, let's see where we're at. Yeah, just go ahead and pin it. That's a good idea. That's the question, Bridget. Was he there first or were the police there first? And if the police were there first, they would have had to have been there first because didn't they get there like at 9:30, 9:30ish in the morning or 10 in the morning on Sunday morning? And if that's the case, and Tucson gets 857 gets there at 4 p.m., well, you got a gap in there, right? Absolutely, the police would know, and they would have had to make contact, no doubt about it. No doubt about it, they would have had to make contact. Sheriff's incompetent and lies In my opinion, though, that is true. That is true. You got to fight those elements, no doubt. Alley Cat. But in the video, the sheriff knocks on the door. In the same video, you just gotta look it up. Title is unedited. It's hard to type in all. Why would they knock? Why would they knock? What time do they get there? That is correct. Very correct. No doubt about it, Allie. We will definitely look. I will look at it, and I'm sure a lot of other sleuths in here will look at it. Vanessa's in the house. Good to have you, Vanessa. Click on the comment, and it will give you the option to pin. There you go. Click on the comment, and it will give you the option to pin. My son just gave me some fresh pineapple. Yummy. Good deal, Janice. Actually, don't sound too bad right now. Good job, A. Good job, everybody. What a networking, no doubt. I'll post it again and you pin it. Okay, got it. Alley Cat, Mr. Devil Dog, I don't approve you driving and reading text, my friend. Ha ha, I know, Alley Cat, but you know what? Someone's got to pay the bills. Someone's got to pay the bills. I'm careful, believe me. I've been doing this long time in law enforcement, having to do literally multitasking. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Just pray for me, and God will hopefully will protect me. Vanessa, hey, Devil Dog, what's going on, Vanessa? Good to have you in the house. Lisa, it won't pin. I believe camera was staying in the casita. It's very possible. And it's very, very possible. If you are new to the live and you like the live, please subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Click like. It is free. I just want more people to get involved so we can all get smarter with each other. Do me that favor, please. Hey, Devil Dog, it won't pin. We'll go ahead and look at it here in a few. And Getsy. Good to have you, Getsy. Kara, wasn't she not reported missing till after lunch? I thought it was like 10:30, somewhere in there, or 9:30, 9:38, 10:38, somewhere in there. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong, Kara. I'll have to look at that. February the 1st. Vanessa in the house. Good to be with you. Good to have you, Vanessa. Bridget, yes, Ellie. Cat, it shows sheriff knocking on the front door while Cameron's car is in the driveway. Interesting. And no other car was there, I take it. No other car was there, I take it. Got it, Alley Cat. Let us know when you get back. Thank you so much for all your info. Great job. Janice, I emailed 857. Hopefully he will know for sure if Cameron was there at that time. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Janice. Lisa Page. Kara, I keep thinking they must be getting closer to the DNA outcome. Very probable, very possible. I'm thinking DNA will be a bust. I hope not, but here's the thing. If they don't check it, they'll never know. No doubt. Janice, I heard it was after she missed her church and Annie came over and couldn't find her. So about 10:30 or so. Well, 10:30 or so, and then you look at the fact that 10:30 or so, and you look at the fact that it was 4 o'clock, right? 4 o'clock when Tucson saw her, right? So 4 o'clock to 10:30, that's about a good 5 hour, 4.5, 5 hour gap. You know what I mean? Where he could have been there because Savannah called him right when Annie called Savannah. Savannah didn't call him. Give me a sec. Okay. All right, everybody, I'm back. Damn it. Whew. All right, all right. Okay. Around 11 a.m., Annie supposedly called 911. Says Bridget. Okay. Prayers for provisions and protection of everyone. Thank you, Kara. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. Around 11 a.m., Annie supposedly called 911. Okay, so she called at 11. Then they got there at what time? You know, but didn't someone say earlier that Cameron's car was seen there at 4 o'clock p.m.? Is that correct? So we're going 11 a.m. is when they called. I would say you're going to look at less time, but let's just say the longer, right? The longer. Let's just say it was 30 minutes. It's not going to be 30 minutes for a call like that. So let's just say for all sake of purposes, it was 30 minutes. So now you're looking at 11:30 when they get there. You still have 4 o'clock is when the car was seen there, right? So that's still 4.5 hours, right? Am I missing it? Indian Kim is in the house. Good to have you, Indian Kim. Janice, hi, Indiana. Kara, Bridget, that is what I was thinking. Indiana, we care about you. Amen. Indiana, hello, Janice. Lisa, Janice, I have missed the laughing out loud. It's all right. You're catching up quickly, like me right now, on the fly. Kara, thank you. I thought that was right. Thank you so much, Bridget and Kara. Janice, our landlord had a new flooring put in, and we haven't had access to computers since Wednesday, so I was glad to have everything set up back up. Good deal, Janice. April is still working on pinging on email. Got you, got you. Thank you, everybody, for working on this. Elizabeth, in one of Nano's press conferences, remember he mentioned going at night to the initial crime scene that has been mentioned many times. Nano must have misspoke. That won't be the first time he misspoke. No doubt about it, everybody. That is so true, Elizabeth. Kara, the church home group range family after she missed was going to one of their places for them to watch church online together. I know church people who do this when they're older. Yes, a lot of people do this. I guess this all started when COVID had hit back in the day. Bridget, it wouldn't take police hours to get there after Annie called, would it? No, not at all. So you're honestly, I'm thinking anywhere from probably 10 to 15 minutes at the latest. Big fuck you, asshole. So I'm thinking at the latest, you're looking at 15 minutes because the call hasn't gone it's not reported as a abduction. It's reported as a possible person missing. Can't find a person, possible missing person. But it doesn't really get enticed until they change it. You know what I mean? That is correct, Bridget. It wouldn't have taken that long. Ann says, what is strange is Cameron told Savannah thinks she was kidnapped for ransom. Yes, yes, that is strange. No doubt about it, Ann. That is very true. He did say that. Why would he say that? No one knew anything at the time, just saying. Well, you got to look at his background. You got to look at what he's done. He's worked in intelligence, in the military. He understands how kidnapping overseas goes and how they do things. So it could have been easily something that he just thought off the top of his head. I will tell you this, that for me, it wasn't right away where I said it was a kidnap gone wrong. No doubt about it. So, I mean, yeah, it could be, yeah, it could definitely be something, no doubt. Annie could have been there all night, Elizabeth says. Yes, you're very right. True, E. Maybe so. Janice, whatever happened, it was after T took her home. Exactly. That we never saw pictures of him arriving or leaving. Cool J. Indian Kim says, I wondered for the beginning if Nancy ever made it home that night. Be nice to know if there is a video of Nancy coming home. See, we don't even know that. They don't even have pictures of Tommaso arriving or leaving. That's what's crazy about this, as far as I'm concerned. Lisa, about your new floor. Vanessa, why didn't Nancy take her 10 p.m. meds? I wonder if there was a one off or if she missed her meds occasionally. Honestly, Vanessa, I don't think she missed her meds. In all honesty, I think she never had the opportunity to take her meds. It's a very good probability. And then again, she might have been a long day. She may have not even thought about it and just went to sleep, if that's probable. But nevertheless, yeah, there's a reason why she didn't take her meds. Elizabeth, Savannah said Nancy watches her church service in New York with her friends. Yes. Bridget, okay, that's what I thought. Yes. Lisa, good question, Van. Indian Kimberly, Vanessa, agree. She did not take her meds. The rest could have been staged. Thanks, Lisa, says Janice. Does Ann usually watch church stream from her home or at someone else's home? Someone else's home, to my understanding, Lisa. It's from her friend's home. And when she didn't show up, that's when they thought something was wrong. Gronsky, the case seems to be missing a ransom note to be left with the family somehow. Janice, no video. They are going to buy time of the garage door opening and closing. Lisa, yes, G. Vanessa, that's one for That's one of my red flags, Lisa, as those meds are important. No doubt about it, Vanessa. Well said. Lisa says we need a video. Lisa agreed, man. Kara, Dee, do you play instruments? You can play on this channel as well. I don't play instruments, but you know what? I can turn on the tunes if that's what we needed. But there's so much going on that I think it just combobulate the conversation. Many talents of dog. We will probably never know, but Nancy and Tomasa could have gotten into an argument before getting home. That's very probable. I mean, they don't have anything showing that they arrived, right? Indian Kimberly, as far as the pacemaker, they transmit every day, late or night. Don't think the timeline is on point. That I've heard that being the case, that they think the timeline is off. 100B. There's that. April just posted that email, my email again, everybody. If you are new, subscribe to this channel. If you enjoy what's going on and like the content, subscribe. You're only going to get smarter with everybody's input. April, I can't pin it. Lisa Page, 6'7", me either. We'll look at it here in a little bit, everybody. We'll look at it here in a bit. Give me a second. Oh, Lord. Man, we are just like hammering it here. Woo! All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I can't pin it, me either. Thank you, April. You rock. Janice, we also need to remember the neighbor with the dogs. They knew something was going on. That is correct. In the wee hours, they were barking and wanted to go out, but the owner was afraid that it could have been coyotes or something, or God only knows what, and that her dogs would have been attacked by other animals. That's why she didn't want to release them. And she has stated that in hindsight, she wished she would have. That is correct. Perp was probably watching, no doubt about it. Yes, Janice, I wonder if that's why the porch guy looked over that way. That's a very good possibility. I didn't even think about that. Very good point, April, no doubt. That may be why he looked up, because the camera shows him looking up. And if he heard the dogs barking, he would have looked up to see if anybody was there and then kind of put. That's a very good point. No doubt about it. Indiana Kim. Indiana Kim says D Dog is multitasking. Yes, I am. That's what a cop and a Marine do. Big time multitasking, says Lisa. You got it, everybody. But I tell you what, you guys are rocking, no doubt. Could very well be April, says Janice. Yes, no doubt. Janice, I have another theory. Whoever was involved probably offered one else involved, and that is why we aren't getting hits on the ransom. That is very probable. Lisa, good observation. A, no doubt. No doubt. If you like the live, make sure you subscribe, everybody. Do me that favor. I know you all like the live. It is growing big time. Great people in the chat. Great knowledge. Only makes you a lot smarter when you work as a team together. The guy, see here, Elizabeth says, the guy with the dog said he went outside with the dogs and they were barking and staring at Nancy's house. I mean, if that's the case, you can't make that up, right? So, I mean, all the elements were there, no doubt. All the signs were there in all reality. Kevin, today is day 85. Cannot believe they have not found her yet. I am with you, Kevin. No doubt about it. I am with you. 1 second, everybody. Okay. All right, all right. It's nice. It is going, everybody. So let me see here. I was caught up, and yes, the dog did sense something wrong. Alley Cat, yeah, I posted the link to the 857 video. Thank you so much, Alley Cat. Appreciate you. Thank you. Elizabeth, yes, was looking that way, and he looked that way. He sure did. He sure did. The dogs seemed something wrong. Like I said, the elements were there, right? Everything was there. The clues were there. If one of those things would have happened where somebody would have let their dogs out, or if, anything like that would have happened, we may not be having this conversation. You know what I mean, everybody? And I've always said everything happens for a reason, no doubt about it. You can't find them if you don't leave evidence, have evidence. You're exactly right. You're exactly right, Wamo. Lisa, okay. Kevin, no, we just need a break in the case. Totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you, Allie, Cat, Dee needs to look at the video and vehicle in the driveway. I will, Bridget. Promise you I will. I'm almost done for today doing this here, not the live, but doing what I'm doing now. Paying the bills. I hadn't heard that in Indiana. Wow. Let me see what Indiana. Yes, let me see. Let me see. What did I miss from Indiana? Anyone else find it interesting that the casita was a mess? I did not know that. I.e., bed spread on floor, etc., makes you wonder if someone was staying out there. Interesting to know who. No doubt about it. That is very interesting. I did not hear about that, Indiana Kim. Thank you for that information. Thank you very much. Bridget, thank you, Allie. Kadidi needs to look. I will. I will. I promise I will. I hadn't heard that Indiana. Wow. Janice, yes. April, I think 857 has posted some pics on Facebook. 857. Good job, dog. Thank you very much, Lisa. Indiana, yes, I heard about that. Nancy wouldn't have left in a mess. No doubt. I mean, the lady was pretty tidy. No doubt about it. No doubt about that. April, Indiana, it was a mess. Rug looked like someone dragged all over it. Dragged over it. Indiana, Kim says, right on point, April. Right on point. See, you guys are spot on. You're getting it all. You're putting these pieces together. You're putting the pieces together. And when you put these little details, right? All these are little details. They're not big things. They're little details that you guys are all putting together. You're starting to paint that picture of who, what, when, where, why, right? We'll get there. I guarantee you we're going to get there because you guys are doing a freaking amazing job. No doubt about it. Yes, because they said she was very clean and neat. You know what I mean? They said that, literally. No doubt about it. If you like the live, please subscribe. I'm telling you, this channel is growing and it's for everybody with opinions and ideas, theories. Let's see where we're at here. Makes a big picture, no doubt. Maury White, morning. Where are we? Laughing out loud. We're having one hell of a discussion, no doubt about it, Maury. We are having a hell of a discussion and coming with a lot of information. No doubt about it. These sleuths on here are amazing. Or should I say, these devil pups are tenacious. No doubt about it. Alley Cat, Casita, not capital. Lisa, hi Marie. We're in Northwest Ohio, door dashing with Devil Dog right now. Wilma, I have heard that she rented out the pool house. I don't know if it's true or how long ago she did it. Yeah, that's part of what we were covering here, Wilma, earlier, and still covering for that matter. No doubt. Discussing Nancy. Lisa, welcome in. Maurice White, thank you so much for being here. Wilmo, interesting. You welcome. Alley Cat, I think she did rent it, but it had been years ago. Robert, we are in a car laughing out loud. Hey, sometimes you gotta roll with the flow, right? You just gotta make it happen. But it's been interesting. I'm telling you that right now. I learned a lot of things from you all as well. Lisa, hi, Robert. Welcome all. Hit the like and subscribe, everybody. I'm telling you, this chat is growing bigger than big as far as I can see. I am very, very happy to see the turnout. Marianne, yeah, she's renting that guest house out. She was. Yes, she was, says Marianne. Nina, hello. Nina Brock says, hello, everybody. Hi, Lisa, says Nina. Janice, if and when this is all solved and everything comes out, we may all get a huge surprise. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Goes without saying, my friend. No doubt about it. I have 7-month-old Yorkie pup. He's a devil dog baby shark. Calling him that. I'm in your honor, D Dog. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Indiana. Indiana Kim in the house. She rocks it. Thank you. Appreciate you. That's why I love this channel, because you guys are amazing. I think so, Janice. Oh, Kim, says Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Elizabeth, because I gotta go here. Could be a rent-a-car. Because could be a rent-a-car. Cameron has been seen driving different cars in YouTubers' chats. Interesting. Indiana, so sweet. Amen. No doubt about it, Indiana. I appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. Janice, okay, I have sat long enough. I gotta finish putting some things away. Laughing out. I'll have enjoyed chatting. We will be back tomorrow, God willing, at 9 in the morning. See you then. Thank you so much for all your input, for making us smarter, Janice. I appreciate you. Thank you. God bless you. Janice, we enjoyed having you here. Bye, Jay. Bridget, when you watch this video, look at the white car in the driveway, Dee Dee. See what you think. I will, Bridget. Promise you. I promise you, and I'll send you. I'll let you know tomorrow what I find. Thank you so much, Alicat. Bye. Be safe. You got it, Alicat. Thank you for making us smarter, Alicat. I appreciate you. Give me a second, everybody. All right, all right, all right. Woo! No doubt, everybody. Nice sweatshirt, dog. It's all about the Marines, my friend. All about the Marines. That's how I roll, everybody. That is how I roll. No doubt. Semper Fi. You got it, Pay. Semper Fi. Bye-bye, Ellie. You take care. Thank you again for making us smarter. Appreciate you. If you're doing other streams as April, please give out a shout out for DD88. Thank you so much. If you guys do that, I would really appreciate it. God bless you all. Thank you. I'm glad you are literally learning something because I know I am. I am learning a lot from all of you. Indiana Kim, it's also ironic that they kept Tommaso and Annie's car for so long and searched their home so many times. You're not only kidding. I mean, that does speak volume, everybody. That does speak volume. No doubt. Will do, April. Did they give car back now? I think they did. I think it was only, probably 3 weeks ago, a month ago, maybe? Not even that, maybe like 2 weeks ago. I know they had it for a long damn time, and usually when they have it for that long, it's because they're really tearing into that vehicle. And once they tear into it, they then have to go ahead and put it back together. But unlike Humpty Dumpty, they literally have to put that sucker back together. No doubt. Any why hide your face? Any India in Indian Kim says any. Why hide your face? Indy, yes, they have the car back. Thank you, Kay. Man, this has been a very productive day for all of us, everybody. For every one of us, we have learned a lot today and still got a lot to look at and a lot to learn. No doubt. I'm going to an area that normally would disconnect, so if it does, I'll come right back because I'm not going to leave you guys hanging. I'll come right back. Just come right back into the live and we'll go from there. Wi-Fi has been pretty damn amazing here lately. So, crossing my fingers. Right. Thank you. Appreciate you, Paige. Thank you. Yes, the car was sent away, not local, just like the DNA. Yes, the car was sent away. If I'm not mistaken, to it was sent to the FBI in Virginia, but it wasn't Quantico. It was Richmond, Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. It was sent there, and they did the literally tearing apart that vehicle, if I'm not mistaken. Says, why did they hide their face? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm really not sure. Maybe subconsciously, I don't know. It could be a lot of things. I hate to put words in anybody's mouth, but maybe subconsciously it was a sense of guilt. Maybe. I'm not saying that's what it was, but maybe. You know what I mean? Give me a second, everybody. Oh. All right, everybody. I think we had a long enough day. We have learned a lot. Let me see where we're at. Yes, car was sent to Virginia, DNA to Florida. That is correct. And it was in Richmond, but it wasn't in Quantico where the FBI headquarters is at, but it was a part of the FBI buildings, if you will. Pay says thank you. Bridget, yeah, why would you hide your face in public? The only thing I could say is subconsciously, I don't know, and I don't want to put anything out there. That would be subconsciously an act of doing something in an act of guilt, in my opinion. And in law enforcement, that's what we would look at when we are interviewing somebody in a case dealing with something like this. You know what I mean? So that's very telling. I mean, if you didn't do nothing wrong and you had nothing wrong and you did nothing absolutely wrong, well, then there's no reason to hide your face, right? Let's just take a day as it comes and go on. So that's the whole idea behind that. It's almost like covering your mouth when you're talking, because and you're not eating. You're covering your mouth because of the fact that you know very well what you're saying is not very truthful. You follow me? Don't want to give you all my techniques here, but that is some. Jamie's in the house. Oh Lord. Come on, everybody. Hey, Devil Dog and family stopping by here quick. Before you go, tell me, Jamie, go ahead. Hang on that second, Jamie. Give me 1 second. I got to run in here and then run out. Give me 1 second. All right, go ahead. Tell me what you were going to say, Jamie. Tell me what you were going to say. I hit the like. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for hitting like. Okay, here we go. All right, all right. Jamie says, hi, Devil Dog and family, stopping by real quick before you go. Sounds good. Thank you so much for stopping by, Jamie. You got something to let me know? You got my email. Just send me an email or let me know live, either or. Indiana, exactly. I got to get out of this little mess here. God, it is like packed. Let me go this way. All right, everybody. I'm trying to catch up, everybody. Hi, Jamie. Oh, buffering. We'll stop in a minute. Let me get the heck out of this area. Figures. I'm going to go to the worst part of the area, but it's all right. I can still hear you and I can still read. Didi, I think you will have to pin the email since it's your channel. Yeah, you guys are going to have to pin that. Oh, okay. I will go ahead and do that. I will do that. No worries. Jamie, Lisa, woohoo! I know I missed some of you and I do apologize. What did you all find out so curious for reply? Just a lot of information, Jamie. A lot of information that from so many, so many, and just everybody putting. I mean, if you get a chance, watch this live, because there's a lot out there that was put out there and stuff that really, I mean, it was just a collaboration of everybody putting in a lot of thought in it, no doubt about it. And Tommaso's Walk says India Kim. You got that right, Indiana Kim. Great discussion, everyone. Didi has DoorDash and talked here 3 hours. I think he needs some rest, no doubt. Thank you, April. Thank you. Jamie, okay. Much love right back at you, Jamie, and everybody. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Bridget, if my mom was missing, I would not be hiding my face. I'd be in people's face talking to them, but that's me. That's me. I understand that. I get it. I get it. I think that's most people, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, Bridget, I think that's most people, just not these people, unfortunately. No rest for the weary, no doubt. Jamie, what did you all find out curious? I hit the like. Thank you so much, Jamie. My mom passed in 2006. She was 56, younger than me. Sorry to hear that, my friend. Sorry to hear that. I certainly wouldn't hide my face. I'd be over there. She was perfect. Hey, amen. Indiana, exactly. Are we door dashing? We're fixing to end this real quick. Lisa, Jay, yes. Lisa, I'm staying till you all leave. Awesome, Jamie. Dee Dee, I think you will have to pin the email since it's your channel. Okay, I'll do that. Just put it out there whenever you can, every so often, if you don't mind. Just put it out there. Don't worry about pinning it. I'll when I have a chance, first chance I get, I'll go ahead and do that. But thank you. Go Browns! Woof woof! That's the devil. Roof roof. That's the devil dog. And you guys are definitely the devil pups, no doubt about it. The dog pound. Let's see where we're at here. Wait a minute. It's going to be back here. Mm. I'll be ready for sure, says Jamie. Thank you so much. Didi, thank you for your service, friend. You got it. You got it, Indiana Kim. You got it. Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate all of you. All right. This will be my last drop off, and I will be done. So it'll give us time just to chat a little bit longer. All right. All right. There it is. Thank you. Just every now and then, just put up my email if somebody requests it. just take care of it like that. I'm just, you know what's going on with me right now. All right, everybody. All those theories and speculations, Jamie, no doubt. Awesome. Thank you so much, Paige, for letting me know that. I hope she does because there's a lot there. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you much. You got it. You got it, Indiana Kim. It was my honor to serve, no doubt about it. All right, all right. Jamie, Lisa, of course. Much love, everybody. All right. Time flies when you're having fun. Tell you what, this chat has been amazing. That's all I can tell you. It's been amazing. Yeah, no doubt. I wouldn't stop looking for my mother. No way, shape, or form. Hell, that wouldn't even be an option, to be honest. I agree. This family is very strange. They're odd, Bridget. They're odd. They're different. I don't know if it's deals because of money. I know they have a sense of family, but then it's like, I don't know. I don't want to come across as in being disrespectful, but they come across as family. But there's another thing that's missing, and I don't know if it's the tightness. And maybe that's because in my own life, I grew up with a big family and we were tight. I mean, close, literally, all of us. Even if we hadn't seen somebody for a while, a brother or a sister, even if we hadn't seen somebody for a while, we were tight, very close. So that's kind of what really, kind of maybe that's what it is that's throwing me a red flag, you know? God, these cars are going so stinking. All right, let's see. Now we're on. We're on like Donkey Kong, everybody. All right. Lisa, I'm out. Have a good one, Lisa. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything you've done today and always. Appreciate you. God bless you. Jamie, Mods, you guys are amazing. You guys did great. Thank you so much. MPDS for the win. No doubt. Thank you, Devil Dog. You got it, Paige. You got it. April, at Lisa, second to you. Thank you for accepting me here. You got it. Bye, Lisa. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. Make this one drop off left, and then I'll be out of here myself. Elizabeth, Annie Tommaso make themselves look guilty by hiding. They do. They do, no doubt about it. They make themselves, that whole family brings a suspicion that they only do to themselves because of, well, of everything that's happening, right? It's almost like, to me, in my opinion, they make themselves look like they have something to hide. When in reality, if they really don't, they would just take one day at a time and move on and go on and continue to power through. Even if they don't want to look for their mom, Nancy, even if they're busy doing other things, hey, that's fine. Everybody responds differently. But my God, when you show that sense and that look of guilt because of how you're acting, well, then you can't expect people to not see you for what you're exposing, right? It's just common sense. It's so common sense. I get the feeling. I, No doubt, you're exactly right, Jamie. Hiding your face seems very suspect. I see bad family dynamics big time behind the scene, in my opinion. I agree with that, April. Agree with that 110%. No doubt. Bridget, I get the feeling they weren't close, but act the way for show. Yes, I kind of agree with you big time. I never really knew the family until this case. Obviously, I watched Savannah a few times. Wasn't a really big fan of the Today Show. I was more of a GMA guy. Wasn't a big Today Show, but every now and then I'd watch Today Show. But you're right. The more I see this family, the more I see a lot of how can I say? There's a lot behind the scenes that we just don't know. No doubt. Indiana Kim says, I like Donkey Kong. I love Donkey Kong. Man, that was awesome back in the day. We were close then, my brother, Jamie. We were close then my brother passed, and a month later, the army sent my sister. I'm alone. Sorry to hear that, Jamie. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for their service. So sorry to hear that, my friend. But you know what? For whatever it's worth, you have a friend here, you have a dog here that has served and served proudly. And hey, you can reach out anytime you like, my friend. No doubt about it. Appreciate you. Indiana Kim on. Jamie to Hawaii. Indiana Kim says, so sorry, Jamie. No doubt. You have a friend here, my friend. No doubt about it. Indiana, thank you. I'm excited. She's coming home this year. Awesome. That is so awesome. Elizabeth, why weren't they searching? Maybe, Elizabeth, the only thing I can come on that, because I thought of that myself, and the only thing that I could think outside the box on why they weren't searching, and I hate to say this, but because deep down inside they know, or they felt, or they had an inkling idea or a suspicion that they knew exactly what happened. Don't ask me how, some way, shape, or form, they had an inclination what had happened, and it was going to be left there with the family. I would be out everywhere, says Elizabeth. You and me and everybody else for the most part. But apparently not this family for whatever reasons. I don't even know who Savannah was. I saw her elderly lady was missing, and it caught my attention. No doubt. I am with you. I am with you, April. Thank you, Dee Dee. You are the best. Thank you for your service. You bet, Jamie. And thank you for being a part of this channel. Thank you for being a friend, and thank you for participating and making us all smarter. Indiana Kim, on like Donkey Kong is what I meant. You got it. Well, I love Donkey Kong too anyway. It's all good. Also, think about it. If you know what happened and where she is, you won't search. Exactly. Exactly. If even if you don't know where she is, but you know what happened, why are you going to waste your time? Bridget Bridget, also think about it. If you know, yes, Jamie, we love you always. Welcome here. Amen. Indiana Kim, they know she's gone. That's why they are not searching, in my opinion. And it's a very good opinion, no doubt. Jamie, thank you. April, I am here for you all too. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Indiana, Indiana Kim says because they were involved. Very probable. Until we get answers, I mean, everybody is in play as far as I'm concerned. Gronsky, I feel that the public expects one thing and the family delivers another. Yep, that is very well said, Gronsky. No doubt. No doubt. All right, everybody, I'm going to end up calling this live now. I am really want to just kind of decompress. It's been a great chat. You guys have all been awesome. You guys have done wonderful. I thank you all. I appreciate all the support. Don't forget, when you go to your other streams or your other lives or other people, spread the word on Devil Dog underscore 88. Do me that favor. Because as we grow, and we are growing, make no mistake, as we get bigger, we all become smarter. Because all of us bring something to the table, and that is how it works. Adios, adios, adios to todos. Thank you, Indiana Kim. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you. How did they come up with she was punched in the front door? I think it's because they had a profiler, a very smart individual named Jim Clementi, and he was on Brian Eaton's show, and he was explaining about I mean, this guy was smart. He was explaining about the blood droppings, about how all the blood droppings and the bubbles within the bubbles of a cell, and I mean, the guy was very intelligent, no doubt about it, and he broke down exactly how those spots look like and what would have most likely caused that, and her positioning, how far off the ground that would have caused something like this to happen, because that's what he does. It was just amazing. When you get a chance, it's Brian Eaton, and he's talking to Jim Clementi. It was amazing. April, Didi, you are all awesome. Thank you so much for being here. You got it, my friends. You got it, all of you. Appreciate all of you, every one of you, Bridget, all of you for giving us and making us smarter. Have a good day, everyone. Will do. I will on Jim's. Thank you so much. Jamie, I'll have to watch. Watch it. It was very interesting. I mean, I found it so refreshing to hear. I love hearing other people in law enforcement go ahead and give their opinions, because I know they've been through the grind. They get it. They understand. They've been there. So for me, it was fascinating. No doubt about it. Thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day, Chad. All right, everybody. Just remember, pass the word, and know that everything we do here is trying to give everybody the best information we can give them. That's what we do. We try to give the best that we can give them. And with that, and literally with that, everything here is all about common sense as well. And we all have common sense in this chat. Respect and everything goes a long way. And I thank you all for showing so much respect in the channel. God bless you. Take care. Have a great rest of Sunday. And we'll be back tomorrow. With that, Semper Fi, everybody.